Oh, hello, Sparkles. Good early morning. It's oh yeah, I was too late. I was preparing some stuff and clock just ran away, and I also had some food issues again. Classic missed issues. Anyway, I will post my links and we can start. I have posted my links. So we can start. Let me switch here. There we go. So today I was mostly we was gonna build a new game. Well, I have already started kinda, but it's still in early prototype, you can say. But before we start building, I saw Epic drop the state of Unreal, and as a developer, I'm really interested in the Unreal engine. I haven't really tried it myself. I have it on the computer, but I yet to try. I have mostly been in 2D games, but I have kind of created levels in 3D with metaverse games, you could say, like Mario Maker and well, Mario Maker is 2D, but also other games like Atmosphere and Game Globe, they're 3D. I build a lot of levels there, and I want to maybe try Unreal sometimes. And I'm a really big fan of the Nanite tech, which is a really smart tech, I think. So also before we start Unreal, I should talk another thing I saw in my YouTube algo is that Savix made an announcement that he's gonna do like a Season of Mastery. Yeah, I can show you. Hang on. Like here. is gonna do a Season of Mastery run, but this time in Europe. So maybe we'll try that tomorrow. I need to check the timing since they have specific rules, you could say. Like if you start before the event starts, then you have to reroll back to level 1. I haven't played the Season of Mastery since the release, so it's probably a lot of probably changed, and it is looking like they're gonna go Horde. So well, Horde is kinda my main faction. Until I think it was Dragonflight, I went more Alliance too, since they made the cross-faction to guilds and stuff, so I can put my Alliance character inside my guild. So then I made some Alliance characters, like a monk Pilteran, which named what was it? Giga Dwarf or something, based on I made him similar to Ganondorf, but it's more like the Wind Waker Ganondorf, since he's kinda thick, you could say. But I have his same beard and stuff, so yeah. And of course I have endless space goats, since you can think why, and yeah. Yeah, you know why, and yes, that's true. They're too damn hot. So yeah. Anyway, we will start with Unreal, State of Unreal now, before we start coding the game, since the State of Unreal is really long. It's like 2 hours. I'm not sure if the ending is maybe like question and answers, maybe like QA. We will see. I have made some food, since I'm kinda hungry after my food issues. So I will eat, but you can still talk. So anyway, I will. Yeah, let's start it. Let me switch the thingy. Also, let me turn off the music in the background. Spooky music too. Like this, and then we can start. Very long intro. I have read it now. I'm over 17, so it should be fine. It's still playing. Like 40 seconds in now, and still this banner. Is it? Yeah, it's coming soon. I was wondering if it's some countdown or something, but it looks fine maybe. And maybe we will do vampire crawlers also. It's kinda late, so we will see. I'm getting actually a bit sleep already, so... The rehab started. Or I need to fix the sounding, I see. There it should be better for you guys. The new yday game was actually Unreal also, so Nintendo is slowly moving to Unreal and trying it out, I guess. Tides of Annihilation looks pretty good. I want to try SoD games later, maybe after summer when we start the journey on Kick as well. I will put a sub-goal for Elden Ring at least later, after we have built some community. I might try Lords of the Fallen first, since the sequel looked really cool. But if that's my first SoD game, that might be really hard. We will see. I heard his show is good. Yet to watch.
Finally, a worthy adversary. Time is valuable. Lights. It's all good. I called you a cab.
Hello, Teddy. Welcome to the stream. A lot of games in real.
Stop doing that. Let me see y'all.
I'm not sure what games you're like. What genres you prefer? Vampire Survivors is a good start. If you want some indies. Megabunk is pretty good also. It's kinda... Well, the games I'm recommending is kinda old now, but they're still good. Yet to beat the expedition game. We can probably restart the run on stream later. I didn't get really far, so... Oh, this gotcha. Yeah, no, it's helped a lot with that, I think. almost feels like their own E3, since they're showing so many games instead of the new tech. Also, what is their aspect ratio? Is so do it gonna expand later or what? Let me check later in the timeline. Yeah, it got fixed. It's only for the games, I'm guessing.
Yo, I made us a tape.
What were your names again?
We used normal tech like that in Norway too. In the, I think the English name is Iron Cliff or Heathcliff or something. It's like still motion dolls animating over many thousands of frames. The new stuff is in 3D though, since the handmade motion is like extreme work. No, I think you maybe have double edges that they fix that. There we go. Wonder how Witcher 4 is going. We haven't seen it in a while now. It's probably cooking or something. Guys, I think this is looping. This is like the second or third time I see that. So let's there we go. Oh. Oh, it's on stage, I see. The voices, it's everywhere. I can remove my former goal for this show. There we go.
Hi everyone, welcome to Unreal Fest. Are you ready? Let's go.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us here in Chicago, and thanks to everyone watching on the live stream. Once again, we're joined by luminaries from AAA game studios, indie teams, Fortnite creators, and filmmakers who are all shaping the future of entertainment. And we've got innovators from robotics, architecture, automotive, and so many more industries who are taking the power of Unreal to new frontiers. There are over 100 sessions and hands-on labs to choose from. So if you don't have the event app yet, take a quick snap of this QR code, download it, and build your plan for the next 2 days. Be sure to check out all the demos and games on the expo floor. Swing by the Learning Theater along with the Dev Lounge, where you can get some technical help from our team. So we're here to celebrate your success and give you a glimpse of where we're headed in the future. We have a lot of great stuff to show, but just a heads up, we're not doing a live tech demo on stage this year. The team's been really hard at work, making an awesome new engine release and building the foundation of Unreal Engine 6, which you'll hear more about later. Before we get into what's new, we want to give a shout out to a few groundbreaking projects. Last year, just before Unreal Fest, Sandfall Interactive released Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which, give it up, which became the breakout hit of 2025. And now, a year later, the game has received over 500 awards, the most awarded game in history.
Deserved.
Congratulations to the team for all of your achievements, and we can't wait to see what's next. Arc Raiders is another huge success story. From October to February, the extraction shooter sold more than 14 million copies. Embark built the game's massive open world, leveraging UE5 and Epic Online Services voice chat capabilities to give millions of players an awesome social experience at a peak scale of 960,000 concurrent users. K-pop Demon Hunters was the most watched movie in Netflix history, winning 2 Academy Awards, a landmark moment for the animation industry. Sony Pictures Animation and ImageWorks transformed their pipeline by moving to real-time previs and layout, using Unreal Engine to cut production time by an estimated 25%. That's months of work saved. And because the team used real-time ready assets in production, we were able to pull off a Fortnite collab in record time. This was a full ecosystem moment that kicked off with a Demon Rush limited time mode, and it continued across Blitz, Reload, and Zero Build, with cosmetics in the item shop. We did all of this and launched UEFN developer tools in 2 months. Unreal continues to gain momentum beyond entertainment. SAS is an enterprise leader in enterprise analytics, AI, and data management. They're developing incredibly complex Unreal Engine digital twin simulations across industrial manufacturing, worker safety, life sciences, and other industries. Now, these digital twins help businesses make operational decisions in simulation before a single machine moves, a single worker is put at risk, or a single dollar is spent on the wrong configuration. All of this, games, animation, and enterprise solutions built on Unreal Engine 5. Now, we revealed UE5 6 years ago. Since then, release by release, we've shipped many features required to deliver stunning, high-fidelity open worlds running at 60 frames per second. We've also been working to unlock real workflow improvements so you can create faster and more efficiently. Nanite minimized manual LOD pipelines. Lumen nearly eliminated light baking. MetaHuman reduced the time to make great-looking characters from months to days to even minutes. Sequencer and Control Rig made it possible to animate really complex character performances in Engine without leaving the editor. World Partition made streaming massive open worlds possible without leaning on critical engineering resources. It's hard to believe it's been 6 years since the launch of UE5, but it's inspiring to see what you've done. To share what's in our latest release, please welcome mon ami, Simon Tourangeau.
Thanks, Bill. Good morning. It's great to be back to share the latest on Unreal Engine. Over the last few releases, the feedback we've heard most from studios is make it fast, make it stable. So we've been focused on exactly that, performance. Take 5.7. We improved performance by up to 25% on the GPU and up to 35% on the CPU, giving you smoother frame rates. Today,
That's good.
We're releasing Unreal Engine 5.8, which is all about building on that momentum to give you more headroom, fewer hitches, and less friction between an idea and what you can actually ship. A big part of 5.8 is maturity. Systems that were experimental or beta in previous releases are now crossing the line into production readiness. The headliner is megalights. Thousands of dynamic shadow casting lights and area lights in a scene at a fixed cost. What used to be a performance lift becomes a creative tool. Artists can light with fewer compromises, and teams can spend less time budgeting every dynamic light. Around it, LiveLink Hub, Movie Render Graph, Chaos Cloud authoring through data flow, Audio Insights, and Iris are production ready too. We also made it simpler to scale to the different platforms. Lumen, our dynamic global illumination system, now has a lightweight mode called Lumen Light, designed to preserve much of the visual impact at a significantly lower GPU cost. That makes Lumen viable where it wasn't before, including on Switch 2. And that work is already helping drive further nanite optimization efforts for the platform. Now, let's talk about something every developer in this room has felt. Yeah, the hitch, the frame spike, the long
classic.
shader compile. The moment your game pauses and you wonder where all that time went. A huge part of that problem is shaders. So we've sharpened the compiler and improved deduplication to strip out redundant work. Less to compile, less to load, less getting in your way. In Fortnite, that work combined with content changes contributed to a 68% reduction in shader count. Faster cooks, faster loads, lighter memory. Jason and John's talk tomorrow goes deep on how they got there. But shaders are only half the story. The other half is pipeline state objects, or PSOs. A PSO is the bundle the GPU needs to draw an effect. Shaders, blend modes, render state, all of it. Miss one at runtime, and the driver has to assemble and compile it on the spot. That's your hitch. And those are the bugs that are notoriously hard to hunt. Luckily, we have just the guy to do it. So in 5.8, we've improved PSO pre-caching. Fallback rendering is far less visible while PSOs are still compiling. And the whole system is easier to tune, debug, and profile. These are not flashy changes, but if you've been chasing itches, you'll feel the difference the first time you boot. And we're not done. We're working with Microsoft and hardware partners on advanced shader delivery, a DirectX 12 initiative that allows us to ship pre-compiled shaders to players, moving more shader work out of the player's runtime experience. The rollout is ramping, and we'll let you know more about this soon. Now, here's a brand new experimental feature we're shipping in 5.8, mesh terrain. We wanted to move beyond the limits of height map-based landscapes where every point can only move in one direction, and the fixed grid means you can't adjust the resolution to add detail or optimize areas. Mesh terrain is a new way to author complex terrain without being locked to a height field. And it's more than just a mesh. It's partitioned for collaborative workflows, supports world partition streaming, and is designed to scale across platforms using the same source assets while tuning the runtime representation for each platform using nanite when available. With mesh terrain, you have full 3D manipulation capabilities. Overhangs, tunnels, floating islands, shapes you simply couldn't build before.
That's cool.
Because it's mesh-based, you can also control tessellation at the triangle level. That means adding detail exactly where it matters, while saving memory and performance where it doesn't. As you'd expect, you can paint material layers, but also additional attributes, and it supports virtual texture with automatic UV generation. Mesh Terrain uses non-destructive modifiers and procedural tooling, so iteration becomes dramatically easier. Everything can be layered, reordered, combined, and adjusted at any point in time, so you can literally move mountains. It also works natively with PCG and comes with an expanded modeling toolset. But best of all, in our ongoing Fortnite optimization efforts, Mesh Terrain has a smaller memory footprint and runs faster than Landscape. Higher quality, lighter costs, more creative and technical freedom. That's Mesh Terrain. Another big focus of 5.8 is helping you go faster from idea to result. Performance capture has matured to scale from one operator at a desk to a full mocap stage with control over every recording device on set, including video. And we're taking that further. Earlier this year, Meshcapade joined Epic, bringing world-leading technology for markerless motion capture from video. We've already started integrating it into the ecosystem, and today we are releasing the MetaHuman Animator markerless motion capture plugin on Fab. You can drive a character's body, face, and hands from regular video. No suits, no markers, video in, animation out. For animators pursuing feature quality work, this is our most significant animation release yet. We've made high-end animation workflows more interactive, more intuitive, and more connected to the creative process. From sculpting directly on stylized rigs, to controls that live on the character itself, to a simplified timeline that keeps you focused on the performance. These are the same tools our animation team uses every day, and now they're available to everyone, and we're releasing the sample with 5.8. On the cinematic side, offline depth of field gets a major upgrade. We now render the blur the way a real camera makes it, by sampling the scene from multiple points across the lens. So you get physically accurate defocus, even on translucency and thin geometry. For productions working with ultra-high resolution media, the new tiled MIPMAP video format gives you compressed video that holds up at scale. It only decodes the tiles and MIP level your viewport actually needs, so you don't pay to process pixels no one is looking at. So that's the flyby. If any of this caught your ear, you can find deep dive sessions in the Unreal Fest app. And if 5.8 is about reducing friction across the engine, there's one more place we're starting to do that, how people interact with the editor itself. But tell you more, here's Michael. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Now, at times, making games can be hard, expensive, and slow, where the gap between what you can imagine and what you can make is held back by technical overhead. I don't know about you, but spending hours in a node graph trying to untangle and understand what's going on just to change one thing is not my idea of creativity. There has to be a better way to do this. So that's what we've been working on. Tools that enable you to build faster and iterate more. Now, Unreal has been built on a simple idea: your source, your pipeline, your workflow. Give developers complete control over the tools and get out of the way. That philosophy hasn't changed. We're just applying it to large language models. Now, in 5.8, we've implemented an MCP server that acts as a bridge between Unreal and any model that you want. For this presentation, we're going to be using Claude Code, but you can use Gemini, your own custom model, whatever you want. Enabling the Unreal MCP is as simple as turning on the plugin, doing a bit of config, and connecting to the model of your choice. And everything you're about to see today runs on that setup. Now, these are still early days, and models will still do some really unpredictable things. However, with this approach, we maintain the ability to go in and edit as you would any Unreal scene. Okay, let's see this in action. On the left, we have Unreal Engine. On the right is a terminal running Cloud Code. You can see every message going back and forth. Cloud Code is talking to Unreal through the MCP server, reading the scene, and taking actions directly inside the engine. So let's start with something small, a modern living room. We start by giving the model some context, what we want to build, and whereabouts in the level. And to make sure everyone can follow along, we're showing a summarized version of each prompt as we go. But if you want the full details, you can still see that in the terminal window. We're going to speed things up from here for presentation purposes, but everything you're seeing is real work happening inside the engine. So we can ask for the basics, a sofa, a rug, and a coffee table. Then fill it in with chairs, a lamp, and a side table. Semantic search, which is part of the 5.8 release, pulls assets from your library that fit that description. And because this is Unreal, we can also manually add a chair, describe it as a reading nook, and the model will furnish the room accordingly. Every step here is a creative decision that you're making. Models are good at broad iterations. You're good at knowing exactly what you want. Those same principles work whether you're furnishing a room or whether you want to scale up and build an entire city.
Cursor in
So let's take that same
Unreal,
approach
pretty much.
and build a city. You start by drawing the boundary. From there, you can decide where the districts go and what characteristics each one has. Highways cut through on your direction, and from those, the road network starts to fill in. Buildings come up. The model here is using semantic search to find the right assets from your library and place them in the level. Ask for a forest around the edge, and it can fill that in. At every step, you're making the calls. What do you end up with? It's not a rendered image. It's real geometry, real procedural content generation graphs that you can open, edit, and modify. And this works for a whole team, too. Other developers can work on their own sessions, building assets and dropping them straight into the city. The road network adjusts, the blocks update, and the city absorbs it. Different people, different sessions, and it all works together. So how does all of this actually work? With the MCP server as the bridge between Unreal and your model, it gives your model the ability to read your scene, understand your assets, and make changes directly in the engine. And because it's open, you're not locked into any particular model or workflow. Now, while large language models are great at language and reasoning, they don't naturally think spatially. Unreal does. To help connect the two, we're giving you over 80 foundational procedural content generation building blocks, a library of examples, and skills that encode specific Unreal workflows. Now, this is experimental, and it's going to keep getting better. This is where you come in. Tell us what's working, tell us what's not. That's how we're going to make this better. Now that the city is built, we want to light it. Getting lighting right on Unreal is a skill that means touching dozens of parameters that all need to work together. Light balance, cloud materials, sky atmosphere, post-process. That's a lot to know. But by creating a dedicated lighting skill, you just describe what you want, and the model orchestrates that all for you. Ask for a purple dusk. And there it is. Under the hood, it's adjusting all those settings in concert. Then we can ask for overcast skies. And this is a good example of where the model gets things wrong. It misread the sky and tweaked the cloud material the wrong way. But you can see exactly what happened, correct it in the next prompt, and you're right back to where you want to be. Because models also have real-world knowledge, you can just say, Bogota at 9:30 in the morning. And it will go and figure out the sun position, direction, temperature, and atmosphere that actually matches that. And if you want to match something specific, you can take an image. So here we used one of Vancouver, and ask it to replicate that look. It uses screenshots to assess and iterate until it gets there. And everything is still editable. Grab a road and move it, the city adjusts around it. Ask it to make a building taller or more prominent in the scene, and it does that. But then you can go in and modify any individual asset, making it exactly the way that you want it. This isn't a generated image that you're stuck with. It's a real scene in Unreal, and you control every part of it. Now, let's look at one intersection. We wanted to add a hazard zone, flashing lamps, steam, and a sense of danger as the player gets close. That normally means days of back and forth across multiple disciplines. So here's what we did instead. The warning lamp already has a material, but let's say you want to add something to it. You ask the model to read the existing graph, build the new logic, and insert it right where it needs to go. You can then jump into the material instance editor and tweak the final values by hand. Then you take a Niagara template and extend it, adding a single parameter that drives multiple emitters at once, giving you control over the whole effect in one place. You build out the HUD through prompting and UMG, status display, danger meter, warning states. Then blueprint logic ties it all together. A proximity trigger connected to the material, the Niagara system, and the HUD. Walk in, and everything fires at once. All right, so let's run it. Lamps are off, it's quiet. She walks toward the site, the lamps come on, the steam starts rising. She steps inside, lamps are flashing, steam's pouring in, and the site is erupting. What we've shown here today would take months to build by hand. But with the MCP server and Unreal, our artists were able to make all of this in days. When you lower the technical friction, you can iterate more and make better games. That's what we've built. This is really just a starting point. Bring your own primitives, your own examples, your own skills built around your pipelines. The more your team puts in over time, the more useful it gets for everyone on the project. We're shipping the MCP server, the PCG primitive plugin, and the skills we've developed as part of 5.8 today. It's open, and it's yours to extend. Go download it, point your model at it, and see what you can do. If you want to go deeper, we've got 2 chances to catch our Tech Talk here at Fest. Come find us. Now I'm going to hand it over to Pat to talk about how some of what I've shown you impacts linear content creation in the engine.
City is impressive, but I feel since it's none of it is in real, you can
Hi everyone, my name is Pat Tubach. I've
make
got a
like
background in film and
every
television.
building
For media and entertainment,
explorable,
the MCP plugin
like
that Michael just showed you opens up a wide range
show
of new
every
connections to
room,
LLMs, but also
how,
to image and video models like Nano Banana,
like that can be the
GPT
next
Image, Rock
GTA
Imagine,
7
Luna,
or something.
Dance, and many more. Michael was telling you about tools in the present, and I'm going to cover tools for creating linear content that are releasing early next year that give you control over these models. The standard approach to using an image model is to start by crafting a text prompt. In this case, I wrote a novel describing a fictional scene in Epic Motors, a 1950s gas station. But in professional situations where you have to hit story points, match exact continuity, and deliver what your creative director wants, you would typically communicate visually through sketches and pre-riffs. Unreal is great for that. So, to get started in Unreal, I scouted the derelict corridor scene from Quixel that's available on Fab, which I quickly customized to look like the gas station layout I needed. I worked in detail lighting mode, since I was just using this for blocking to this stage. I dropped in some of the appropriate assets from that map: shelving, a propane tank, a cabinet, and also made proxy shapes for the assets that I didn't have: a long counter, more shelving, a cash register, and an ice chest. Then I backed up and framed my camera view and animated a boom down and a push in that I'd later use for my shot. But before I tackled the full video creation, I had to create a single style frame, the visual reference of my scene. To do that, I used the model to combine a depth pass plus the prompt novel I'd written before. The depth conditions the models to understand the layout and the framing. Here's how that works using our new tools in Unreal. I asked Claude Code, connected by our MCP plugin, to use Unreal's movie render graph to create a 4K image, plus all the rest. Asking for an Unreal render to create the image was a signal to Claude Code that I wanted to give my model my depth pass, but use the creative look described in my prompt. I then fired off that request. And while it was being generated, I inspected the graph that it made for the task. Image models are hungry for helpful data and conditioning, and so I prepared a process that pulls valuable visual data from the Unreal scene and passes it to the image model, in this case, Google's Nano Banana Pro. Now, let's take a look at this image more closely. You can see that it did a great job matching the visual detail I asked for, but most importantly, it didn't place things randomly. It matched the composition of my Unreal viewport exactly. From there, I could start to iterate. For example, I wanted another tire on the floor, but I didn't have that particular asset because it was an image model creation. Using the new image segmentation tools in the editor to mask the tire, I selected both the mask and the image, and with a predefined workflow, asked Claude Code to extract it, repair it, and mesh it using Trippo 3.1. And then I double-checked that graph, and I supervised the work. Now, of course, this is not a real-time process, so after several minutes, I got my textured tire mesh. I saved it to the content browser, where I then pulled in the tire and positioned it in 3D space. And finally, I asked Claude Code to add the tire to the image. Let's take a look at that result. So if we compare my UE passes with the tire in it, you can see that it put the new tire where I asked it to, and it made it look like a variation of the generated tire, not an exact duplicate. All right, now let's add something totally new to the scene by going back to the viewport for another round in 3D. I went browsing on Fab and found one of our junkyard car parts for Megascans. I picked the specific fender piece that I wanted that had a 1950s look modeled into it to leave less to the image model's imagination. I asked Claude Code to add it to my image and make it look like it had been newly repainted. And after another image processing step in Nano Banana, that was done. Okay, now that I'd produced my style frame, I was ready to go back to our new Unreal tools to generate a video of our scene. And here's my shot
I'm
camera
sure
move again.
Twitter is
Recall, this
exploding
the move
over
that I
this
created at
with
the Over
Gen
on the right, I
AI.
ran a sequence render node that represents the depth over the entire range. I'm going to use the same depth restyling process.
That's
with the video
where we
that I
are
did on the
moving
still
pretty
image.
much.
I supply the
You're
style
still
frame I just
customizing
generated
your
to the video
stuff,
model
so
as a first frame reference.
I don't
And you can see
really,
that
well,
I added a cat,
some I guess,
just hoping
but
for a bit of life.
like
And then I
steering
set
the
my
whole
video
web.
generation node to use Dance 2.0, set the resolution, added audio, and then I was off. Once that process had run for several minutes, I had a video that looked like this. So clearly, this is showing you that I can control the camera, but nobody controls a cat. All right, let's leave the garage and the cat and move on to an apartment. This is a different workflow that we've been building in parallel for more rapid concepting with diffusion and your viewports side by side. What you're seeing here in this video is the UE viewport on the left that was streaming to a local Flux Klein image model on the right. The local model result isn't temporally coherent. It was stamping a new image on every frame and only running a few frames a second, which is why it seems slower over there on the right. But let me show you how intuitive it is to use. I prompted for sunset lighting at first, and then decided to see what it would look like if there had just been a fire in this apartment. And then I tried something more extreme, like being underwater at the bottom of a murky pond. The real benefit you get here is being able to go back to the UE viewport, interact with the assets, and see them repositioned through this new diffusion lens. Not only that, but you can try more illustrated looks, like a charcoal drawing or even a watercolor painting. As models get more capable and hardware improves, it's not hard to project this workflow forward to a time when diffusion's real-time and temporally consistent. Okay, let's look at some other examples of Unreal Engine scenes restyled by artists in the engine using a variety of sources, some of which are premium environment packs from our friends at Kitbash 3D, and some of which are our own internal assets, including the city sample. Starting from quality source assets leaves less room for interpretation by the models. We think these new UE tools are a force multiplier that will give artists more opportunities for creative iteration on their work alongside the real-time animation, modeling, texturing, and virtual production tools that you've come to count on in Unreal Engine. So this is where we're headed. The MCP server that's enabling all this is experimental, And what you're seeing here for image and video creation will be available early next year. We're on this journey together, and we're aware that for these models to be truly useful, we need to focus on not just lowering technical complexity, but also giving you full creative control over what you're making. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. That was awesome. All right, so now you've seen more, even great features, workflow improvements that are all going to help you make awesome games and content. So let's talk about distribution. 2025 was a year of growth for the Epic Game Store, and we're off to a great start in 2026. In our year in review, we reported that December monthly active users reached 78 million, an all-time record for the Epic Game Store. And players spent $1.16 billion in the store across third-party and first-party titles. That's up 6% year over year. If you just look at third-party titles, player spending hit $400 million. That's up 57% year over year. And we now have over 6,000 games in the catalog from over 3,000 partners. We offer multiple ways for you to help your business grow. In June of 2025, we announced that developers would keep 100% of the first $1 million of net revenue per product per year, with an industry-leading 88/12 rev share kicking in after that million. We've got Epic First Run, which gives developers the opportunity to keep 100% of net revenue for the first 6 months before launching on other stores. And we also have Launch Everywhere with Epic, which gives UE developers a reduced engine royalty rate of 3.5%, down from 5%, when they sim ship their title on the Epic Game Store. Finally, we continue to push on Epic Rewards, granting 5% back to players on all third-party content purchases that are processed by Epic. Now, last year we had a 20% rewards boost through the back half of the year, and we're seeing players continue to spend at heightened levels using the rewards that they accumulated and earned during the promotional period. In fact, spending through the first 4 months of the year on third-party games is up over 40% year over year. So beyond these great incentive programs, we're really working to connect the Epic Game Store more closely with the Fortnite ecosystem. And that'll give developers access to an even larger player base. Take our collab with HoYoverse as an example. When players purchased eligible items in Honkai Star Rail on the Epic Game Store, they were granted a Stellaron Hunter Blade outfit that could be used across the entire Fortnite ecosystem, in Battle Royale or in thousands of UEFN games. So some players discovered Honkai Star Rail for the first time in Fortnite. Then they went on to spend on the game in the Epic Game Store, and their spend unlocked a new outfit that they brought back into Fortnite. It's a virtuous circle for both developers
if I'm not
and
into
players.
Fortnite though?
We've got over 30 million,
On
30
other game or
30
something?
similar collabs planned for 2026, with more coming in 2027. So we're delivering great incentives for both developers and for players, but we need to make the store experience better. And over the last several months, the team's been hard at work rebuilding the launcher. Our goal here is to dramatically improve performance with reduced cold start times and much faster browsing. We've also been re-architecting the back end of the store,
Kinda
which is
look
going to allow us to
like,
ship new player-facing features
.NET
faster and more
client.
frequently. We'll be improving search and discovery, adding a lot of long-awaited community features, and doubling down on delivering an overall better player experience. We are committed to growing the Epic Game Store, and we're not relenting in our mission to give developers access to a high-value global player base with the most favorable terms in the industry. You can learn more about our plans for the Epic Game Store in this session tomorrow. And now that we've covered a bit of what's happening in our ecosystem, let's hear from some of the teams putting it all to work. First, 20 years after Emergence Day, the Coalition is finally telling the story they've always wanted to tell. Darker, more alive, and running at 60 frames per second with hundreds of shadow casting lights. Then, Riot Games is doing something most studios would never attempt, rebuilding a live PC and mobile game with 300 million players on a new engine, all while keeping the live service running. And finally, the small team at Neon Giant set out to build the densest, most lived-in city they could have ever imagined, a city where every frame tells a story and every choice you make becomes a part of that story. 3 games, 3 very different worlds, 1 engine. Up first, please welcome Kate Rayner from the Coalition.
300 millions in one game. That sounds a bit extreme, but
Hi,
if they got the
everyone.
netcode
I'm
for
Kate
it, so
Rayner. It's great to be able to join you today.
it can work.
Gears of War will celebrate its 20th anniversary this year, and Unreal Engine has been the foundation of every game since the series first debuted in 2006. For Gears of War yday, we made the decision to invest in Unreal Engine 5 and start with a blank hard drive and rebuild everything from scratch to achieve the believability of a world in chaos. Emergence Day is the darkest day in our universe, the day the monstrous locust horde emerged from the ground
I
to lay
thought
waste to
the
humanity. And to
Gears was
truly feel
already
the
like
emotional
Unreal.
impact of that
It
loss,
looks like
we
at
needed
least
to return
Gears
to a dark and
1
gritty
and
visual
2 is
style.
like a real
Light and shadow do
tech
more than just set a
showcase.
tone. And with Unreal Engine 5, we've pushed our signature Gears style to the next level. So let's show you a taste of what we've built. Welcome to the Pay and Save Superstore in downtown Kelowna. In previous games, a space like this was limited to 3 shadow casters in view. With megalights, we now have hundreds of light sources, all casting shadows at 60 frames per second on Xbox Series X. This TV display wall utilizes animated area lights with light functions that are driven by the video itself fully on the GPU. They each cast eerie and unsettling dynamic shadows with soft penumbra across the scene. The Pay and Save is a great example of how we've created environments with geometry collection destructible assets like this tiled pillar. These dynamic objects cast and receive light correctly, so destruction stays visually grounded exactly the way you'd expect in the real world. Let's check out the freezer section. All these freezers have multiple area lights inside them to simulate that realistic lighting effect of the frozen food section of your local grocery store. During combat, bullets create a dynamic shatter point in the glass. When it shatters, all the pieces collide with the environment using hardware ray trace collisions with physically accurate, translucent reflections. It's amazing to see how many light sources there are in here. There are hundreds of them, from the small lights on Marcus's armor
That's a lot.
to the large spotlights on the ceiling. There is no way we'd ever be able to achieve this effect or have this many ray-traced area lights on current generation hardware without megalights. A staple of the Gears franchise, E-holes are back in Gears of War yday. So let's open some up. Without all the monsters in the way, you can see all the volumetrics and smoke lit perfectly. One of the things we're super excited about that was unthinkable in the past is having shadows on every single one of our muzzle flashes. This is a really great improvement that adds to the dynamic combat of Gears with a more believable firing experience that puts you right in the middle of the action like never before.
So what happens if you reload on the yellow? Do you get like super reload or something?
Our game isn't limited to just a single space. We can explore the entire city of Kelowna with tens of thousands of shadow casting lights. Delivering yday with this level of visual fidelity has not been easy. But we can iterate so much faster with hardware ray trace lumen compared to the baked lighting we used in the past. With megalights, our lighters are no longer constrained by the number of real-time shadowcasters, giving them the freedom to light our game with the same complexity as the real world. And we have 100 times the geometric detail in our assets due to Nanite's micro-polygon rendering. All of these systems work together to create a highly scalable engine that allows us to consistently deliver a visual showcase across Xbox and PC. As developers, many of us know there is a difference between a compelling demo and delivering a fully realized vision at 60 frames per second. The Coalition is pushing Unreal Engine 5 and the hardware it runs on to their limits to reimagine the Gears world at an unprecedented level of detail. We can't wait for you to see for yourselves when yday launches on October 6th. Thank you.
She seems like a biker lady with that outfit.
We're not out of it yet. Incoming! You son of a bitch! I lost visual! Anyone see it? Negative! I lost it!
Hi, I'm Gina, head of tech at Riot on Teamfight Tactics, or TFT as we like to call it. TFT is an auto battler that we originally built as a game mode on the same engine as League of Legends. We built it fast, about 18 weeks from idea to launch, and then it grew way beyond what we expected. TFT has become a leading strategy game with more than 300 million players across the ecosystem, which is kind of wild to say out loud. We've just announced that TFT is moving to Unreal Engine with our next set, Enchanted Wilds. Rebuilding a live game on a new engine while it's still running is not something most games choose to do. It's years of work across engineering, art, design, and production, and that gets even harder when your game is still shipping new sets, events, everything to players on a regular cadence. But that's what we decided to do. I joined Riot to work on TFT, and about 6 weeks in, we made the call to move the game to Unreal. And pretty quickly, we realized this wasn't just about moving engines. It was about what became possible. Building on shared technology, reusing more of what we create, spending less time rebuilding foundations, and more time building TFT. One example is the gameplay ability system. It gives us a more structured and flexible way to build gameplay as the game grows. And for a game like TFT, where every set brings new mechanics, content, and ways to play, that kind of common foundation matters a lot. It gives us shared building blocks, abilities, attributes, and effects that can be reused across very different parts of the game. And that lets us move faster over time. With Unreal, we had to rethink how the game was built. Architecture, networking, gameplay, even the way the game data is structured had to change. And early versions of the game in Unreal just didn't feel right. Performance was rough. We had builds running at around 12 frames per second in an 8-player game, which I'm sure all of you can imagine was not exactly the target. So the first goal for us wasn't innovation. It was parity. We had to get TFT back. And that meant reworking a lot of systems inside Unreal. Some gave us a strong starting point. Others required significant customization, and some we rebuilt from scratch. For example, networking. As we built more of the game and added more content, we started to hit limits. With a huge number of gameplay actors in a match, the default replication approach wasn't enough to meet our server and bandwidth performance targets. So, with Epic's help, we evolved our approach, adopting Iris networking with push-based replication and fast arrays to get the performance we needed. The hard part wasn't getting something working, it was making it work at scale. Gameplay was another big one. We leaned heavily into the gameplay ability system. It's powerful and helped us get something up and running quickly, which, as many of you know, matters a lot early on. But TFT has sets, modes, and gameplay content that don't always ship on the same timeline. And pretty quickly, we realized we needed a better way to organize all of it. So we ended up using the Game Features plugin to give that content clearer boundaries and a more scalable way to share systems. And that gave the teams more freedom to build. And then there's mobile. A huge part of TFT is that it runs on a wide range of devices, including low-end mobile hardware. That didn't change just because we moved engines. And while this has been one of the hardest parts of the migration, it's also one of the reasons we made the move. Mobile is a huge part of how people play TFT, including me, so we invested deeply in custom rendering, memory management, and scaling the game across devices, working closely with Epic to get TFT running where we needed it to. But we're still early in that journey. We're already sharing much more across PC and mobile than we could before, and there's still a lot more we can do for our mobile players. Content migration. I'm guessing a lot of you already know where this is going. TFT has thousands of assets across art, animation, VFX, and audio that had to be migrated. And every type of content broke differently when we brought it over. VFX alone was a massive amount of work. We weren't just converting assets, we were moving between fundamentally different systems. Getting thousands of assets into the engine was one challenge. Getting them back to the quality bar that players expect was another. And we really underestimated how much time this would take. So a huge part of the effort became building the tooling and pipelines to fix, convert, and validate all that content at scale. And that's where Unreal's extensibility really mattered. We could build the systems we needed to make this possible, because there was no world where we were rebuilding all of that by hand. And we kept running into the same pattern everywhere. Unreal gives you a lot, but getting from Unreal to TFT still took a massive amount of work. But we're already seeing the impact of Unreal across TFT. More of the game is built on shared foundations. Mobile and PC share much more of the same UI and underlying systems, and we're able to build on technology and capabilities that exist across Riot. And that's the biggest thing Unreal gave us. Not a feature, leverage. But this move isn't for everyone. For TFT, this is what will let us move faster, take bigger swings, and keep delivering the experiences players expect. Because for us, this is about building TFT into a forever game that players can keep coming back to. And players will get their first opportunity to play TFT on Unreal in just a few weeks. And honestly, I hope players pick it up and say, yeah, this feels like TFT. Because if we've done our job well, they won't be thinking about the engine at all. They'll just be playing TFT. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a great Unreal Fest.
I'm Tor Frigg, Creative Director at Neon Giant, here to talk about No Law, the next game from our studio. In our first game, The Ascent, our small team pushed the out-of-the-box UE4 tech to its limit to make a highly detailed, lived-in cyberpunk world. For our new game, No Law, a high-fidelity, immersive, first-person shooter set in the unregulated city of Port Desire, we knew that our best starting point would be building a game around the core feature set of Unreal 5, because a small team like ours needs to work with the engine, not against it. We realized early on that out of the box wouldn't be enough. We had to push beyond the defaults and build our own workflow inside UE5 to make the world we wanted. We're proud of what we did with The Ascent, and No Law is the next step in that same approach. our constraint was specific. We didn't want the largest world, but the densest, a city that feels lived in at every scale, where every corner carries history and every surface tells a story. Port Desire is shaped by human clutter, cramped market alleys, layered graffiti, worn stickers on electrical boxes. It's a story with every frame, from a messy apartment where characters go about their lives to the skyline of the city. As a relatively small team, that ambition came with real challenges. We wanted extreme detail everywhere, but we also needed stability and performance without hand optimizing each location. For us, the answer wasn't a single system, but a shift in how we built the world. We prioritized density over scale, and we built a pipeline that let artists handcraft spaces without constantly stripping detail back and without relying on procedural generation. Nanite is what made that approach viable. It lets us keep a high level of detail across surfaces without treating every asset as a trade-off between fidelity and performance. Our custom implementation of FastGeo in combination with the world partition system enables a seamless experience that never breaks. It allows us to have details in every nook and cranny and tell a million small stories. In fact, we have more objects in any given frame than the entirety of the Ascent. With this workflow, we can preserve detail and density in every corner, from the smallest bolt on a freighter to the city as a whole, with no invisible walls and no loading. We build tools inside Unreal to help our artists handcraft the entire city, alley by alley, building by building.
I guess Cyberpunk is a similar scale, but
to show Port Desire's
they
full
are
range as an
way
urban city
more
overrun
people
with
than
vegetation, we needed
these guys, I
dynamic
guess.
lighting. From the cozy, lush midday sun to the darkest, the most dangerous alleys, where
But
even
we
the
all
bright
know
neon
how
light does not reach. The
Cyberpunk
challenge
was
of
when
maintaining
it
a fully
released.
dynamic day-night and weather system
Not
without
really
unpredictable frame times. Lumen gives the foundation
optimized, you could
for true
say.
dynamic lighting and mega lights that our artists focus on the believability of the
But
space
now I
instead of
heard
tuning every
here
single light
is a
source.
lot better.
Every believable space needs dozens or hundreds of individual light sources. From the smallest blinking electronic warning light on a camera to the large neon signs above a marketplace. Megalights allow us to retain the visual fidelity bar we're aiming for while keeping performance considerations low. Once everything is dynamic, it starts to affect the gameplay in more direct ways. Players can shoot out a street lamp, flood a space with a flashlight, or they can leave an area in darkness and have the AI NPCs react to light and shadow, shying away from glare, searching through darkness, or escalating when something feels off.
Let's see who's got the bigger gun, motherfucker!
To make the city feel alive, we leaned on the mass framework to drive our crowds. NPC density and types shift based on time of day, region, and weather. In the slums, a storm clears the streets, but in the more sinful parts of Port Desire, even heavy rain won't slow things down. Mass lets us simulate thousands of characters at once, over 3,000 at any given time, which is also more than the entirety of the Ascent. So the city always feels active, no matter where you are. We're also using MetaHuman, paired with our own character randomization system. Together with MetaHuman Animator, we can generate and bring to life thousands and thousands of variations of characters, so that the main characters and the extras in the background are all unique. We wanted a world that reacted systemically to the player, without us having to hand-place effects and destruction. Filling a world of this density and scale with contextual effects while maintaining performance and interactivity was one of our key challenges. By combining PCG and Niagara data channels, environmental effects are procedurally populated where appropriate. Wherever artists place trash or leaves, particles will spawn dynamically based on wind, weather, and player actions. Shoot a bullet or throw a grenade, and particles will move out of the way. We combined chaos physics and their own GPU-driven solution to support tens of thousands of moving objects simultaneously. The result is a reactive environment where smoke lingers, embers drift, and broken glass stays where it fell. Creating NoLaw has been the process of finding where the engine ends and our custom tools begin. Achieving this level of density lighting complexity, and systemic reactivity was previously impossible for a studio of our size. By leveraging UE5's latest tech to bypass traditional development bottlenecks, we have finally been able to build the uncompromised version of the world we wanted to create for years. We can't wait for you to experience it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I lead the Fortnite developer relations team here at Epic, and I'm here to talk with you about what's happening in the Fortnite ecosystem. Every one of the games on the screen behind me was built by an independent developer. Small teams, sometimes just 2 or 3 people using UEFN, published into an ecosystem of millions of players. For those of you who have been with us in UEFN, some since day one, thank you. Your feedback has really helped shape the tools, and your creativity has shifted how more than 75 million monthly active users experience Fortnite. Your games are a growing share of Fortnite playtime. In May, we saw them capture 47% of all player hours, up from just 38% a year ago.
It's pretty much
and with
like
over $1 billion
Roblox.
now paid out to developers since the launch
They
of
also
UEFN,
got the custom games.
these teams are building businesses here through engagement payouts and, as of January, in-island transactions. It's introduced more ways to monetize. It's opened up new genres and helped developers with smaller, engaged communities thrive. Over 3,000 islands now earn more from in-island transactions than engagement payouts. And we're continuing to see a growing share of total payouts coming from in-island transactions. It's been a boost for genres outside of Battle Royale and Shooter, and these games now make up over 75% of all in-island transaction revenue. We know it takes trust to build on a platform that's still maturing, and this year, stability and developer effectiveness is our #1 priority. Back in March, we stated our goal to cut iteration times, and we've been making real progress, getting the time it takes to push changes down by an average of 40% or so. That's even higher for larger projects, and we've seen reductions of up to 70%. Plus, expanded live edit support makes iteration faster and more streamlined. Live edits are now applied directly in game mode, and the new edit list gives you a clear view of the changes as you work. The consolidated UI simplifies session controls and adds the ability to pause the game, letting you explore the edit the scene with a detached camera. And then work's not done here. We're continuing to drive iteration times down and make UEFN a better tool to build with, release after release. And alongside hardening the tools, we're unlocking more gameplay capabilities. Scene Graph, which is soon to be the foundation of UE6, is maturing quickly in UEFN and giving Fortnite developers far more control and customization than ever before. It underpins new systems like custom items, inventories, and as of our latest release, an initial set of workflows creating custom weapons and animation with Scene Graph. And there's much more on the way, including gameplay attributes, gameplay abilities, and Scene Graph UI. We're introducing more and more major engine systems as first scriptable components so that you can spend more time in UEFN authoring gameplay and less time configuring it. We're also opening up new types of gameplay with targeted feature sets. Creature-based gameplay tools just shipped with games launching to players this summer. And Fortnite Sidekicks allows developers to tap into the attachment players have already built with their own companions. Developers can now build pet battlers, cozy farming sims, and more. And we're expanding where those games come to life. Fortnite is back on Google Play and the App Store worldwide, and mobile playtime for UEFN games has more than doubled in the past year. We know that optimizing for mobile hasn't been easy. We're hoping that some of the recent feature releases, like native gesture support and touchscreen layout customizations and finer control over your HUD, can help you build more mobile-friendly games. These mobile features will exit experimental mode in August, enabling experiences and genres that feel more at home on mobile. Our recent Discover changes are already showing results. We've cracked down on spam and duplicate content, sorted islands into clear genres, and personalized Discover to help your games find audiences faster. And later this year, we're going to be doing a full redesign. Video everywhere, personalization across every row, and social signals, including like percentage right on the tile. In a big shift, Discover replaces the lobby as the first thing that players see when they open Fortnite. We'll be diving deeper into the Discover roadmap and the rest of UEFN ecosystem over the next few days. Our IP partner program enables any Fortnite developer to build with officially licensed content from major IP like LEGO, Star Wars, Squid Game, and more. Each partnership unlocks exclusive characters, environments, and templates that developers can use to create games they can't build anywhere else. One of the OG UEFN developers, Future Trash, has successfully brought their SoD IP to Fortnite and launched a hit game set in a galaxy far, far away. Their founder, Kevin, is here to share more about what they've been up to, so please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Hannah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin Marciano, co-founder and CEO of Future Trash, the game studio behind SoD. In 2022, my co-founders, Nate, Scott, Eric, and I, quit our jobs, and we wanted to build the next great party game. We were betting everything on an indie studio with one idea and a lot of passion. We learned fast how brutal that road is. Back-end infrastructure, discoverability, distribution, the walls were everywhere. By early 2023, we only had a few weeks of runway left.
Yes.
I flew to GDC,
Discover
Steam Deck in hand, trying to get
really
anyone's
hard,
attention to care about what we had
that's
built.
why I went into
That's when
streaming.
UEFN got announced, and we thought, why don't we bring our game into Fortnite? We weren't native to UGC, so it felt incredibly risky. After some experimentation with the tools and learning more about the blossoming creator economy, we could see the potential. We rolled up our sleeves and shipped our first game in under 3 weeks. We hit publish and got player feedback almost instantly. And that's when it settled in. This was going to be our path forward. And that bold pivot didn't just save our company, it changed our perspective on the future of the games industry. What UEFN gave us wasn't just a platform, it was direct access to our audience. No gatekeepers, no publisher approval. You just have an idea, you build it, and players play it. We've now reached a scale of players we genuinely never thought would be possible as a small studio. From a MOBA that didn't quite land with the Fortnite audience to our first breakout hit, Boom Tycoon, we had the opportunity to experiment with a wide range of genres and discover what felt right for our creative sensibilities on the platform. And as a studio obsessed with world building, character-driven experiences, and building original IP, UEFN became our creative sandbox and our distribution layer at the same time. Star Wars has always been a creative inspiration to everyone on our team since childhood.
Definition
None of us
of
ever dreamt that would be
the
able to
word
craft our own
metaverse
game
is
using the
not
iconic IP with essentially total creative control.
it's
The
not the
droids of
crypto
Star
stuff,
Wars
it's
do the
this,
hardest
it's
work, they
making
survive the
custom
worst
stuff
odds, and
for
they get the least amount of credit.
a
And we
main
thought,
game.
let's make a game about them. Droid Tycoon was
Like,
our love letter to these
Fortnite
unsung heroes of the
and,
Star Wars universe. It's hard to believe that this game could have existed anywhere
You can
else.
take Super Mario
And that's
Maker
how we
in there
see
too.
the future of how legacy IP will embrace UGC
Little
native
Big
creators to
Planet.
foster an infinite extension of their content universe.
No,
That's where the most exciting stories are going to be
these,
told.
the games
you all
I'm
showed up to
supposed to
prove
say next are dead
Since we
now,
launched
but
the map, Droid Tycoon
they
became the
was
most
big
played
in the
UEFN game
past.
in Fortnite by hours.
Atmosphere
it climbed to the second most played
and
game
Game
across all of
Globe.
Fortnite in its first weekend. And earlier this month, it set a new record for the highest number of concurrent players over a 2-hour period, which is the strongest performance ever achieved by an IP experience in Fortnite. Looking ahead,
So
our
they're
ambitions
allowed to
are
use the
continue
Star Wars
pushing the
EPs
boundaries
in
of what's possible on the platform
since
in terms of
Epic
visual quality and storytelling.
is partner with
We'll
them.
continue building our own original IP
That's
while also
kinda
making immersive experiences for the franchises
a
that
small
inspire us
loophole, you
most.
could say,
Thank
but very handy for people which got no we'll never reach that big IP kind of pretty much.
Thanks, Kevin, for sharing your story and creative process, and especially for bringing the Star Wars IP to life in Droid Tycoon in a way that has connected so deeply with fans. Droid Tycoon is a standout representative of some of the big highlights we had this year in Disney and Fortnite. Let's take a look.
To infinity and beyond!
Behold, giant food from the sky!
This partnership is anchored in one conviction. Disney stories should reach fans where they already are, and that's increasingly in games. And it extends beyond Epic and Disney.
How much did that partnership cost?
With the agency to build your own
5 billion or
experiences and tell
something?
your own stories using the IP that you know and love. Early in my game dev career, my dream was to make games in the Star Wars universe. I was fortunate enough to be able to do that, and it's been a great full circle moment for me personally to see developers experience the thrill of making their own Star Wars games for the first time. What's happened since we launched this IP program has exceeded everything we expected. Star Wars came to UEFN and developers ran with it. Galactic Siege, Escape Vader, Droid Tycoon, all built with tools available to everyone in this room. 8 million players in 72 hours overall. Galactic Siege had 6.5 million players, and Escape Vader had 3.4 million plays. And 6.5 million players, and Escape Vader had 3.4 million plays in just the first 6 days. And Droid Tycoon became the #2 most played island in Fortnite within a week. All of us at Disney want to congratulate and thank Beyond Creative and Jogo for their contributions on their exemplar island launches, along with Droid Tycoon. In The Mandalorian and Grogu Watch Party Island, fans were able to watch the first 10 minutes of the film before it ever hit theaters. This is a new model for what studio IP and the creative pipeline can look like, going beyond IP access and toward creative continuity and immersion in worlds that feel real.
I think it's
Star Wars,
a good
though, was
idea.
just one chapter in a year where games meaningfully extended our storytelling. As Percy Jackson returned to Disney Plus for Season 2, Siege of Monsters, created by our
They
friends
should
at Gauntlet,
make a deal with
offered a
One
new way to
Piece
experience that world.
or any big
While our own
anime.
Disneyland Game Rush translated the energy from Anaheim and Disneyland's 70th anniversary into playable form. And our Disney, Pixar, Lucasfilm, 20th Century, and Marvel outfit collabs continue to remain amongst the most popular in Fortnite. That goes beyond a traditional IP arrangement. It's iconic Disney stories in the hands of more creatives, reaching more fans than ever. And we can't forget our favorite animated family from Springfield, who had one crazy month-long season last year. This season had over 80 million unique players with over 750 million hours played. The reach speaks for itself. We were so excited to see players come into Springfield, but we've also loved watching citizens of Springfield cross over into parts of UEFN. Let's take a look at some highlights from one of our favorite streamers.
Hey everybody, welcome to my channel. Bardass reacts to an idiot playing Fortnite. Here's how Homer gets us to school every day.
Didn't know Bart is
The
streaming.
is strong with this one. Hey, look, it's Jurassic Pork. Here's Dad having a meeting with my teacher, Mrs. Krabappel. Here we go, the titanic battle between two old men with breathing problems. Okay, dinosaurs and stormtroopers are tough for Dad, but when he's on his home turf in his Springfield island, he'll probably just choke on his own donut cannon.
"36 years in, The Simpsons still feel like everyone's family. But today, they're finding a new home. We are so excited to announce The Simpsons is joining the IP Partner Program later this year. Springfield will be yours. Characters, locations, radioactive waste, all UEFN ready. But hey, be kind to Flanders.
And we will make a simulator of Mr. Burns melting everything on the Earth.
Now back to Epic.
From the first time we went supersonic to right here, right now, it's fitting that at the largest celebration of our game, in front of the greatest fans in the world, we celebrate that history. To all of our friends here in Paris and those watching all around the world, this is the future, and this is...
Oh, it's Rocket League.
All right, at the Rocket League competitive series in Paris, we gave the world the first glimpse of Unreal Engine 6. And this is the next step in our mission, to make great games and tools and to share them with you so you can bring your ideas to life. And I'm here to talk to you about what we're building now for the future. Today, things are kind of awkward. There's actually two different ways to build stuff in Unreal. There's building Unreal Engine 5 games for standalone distribution on stores with massive AAA features. And then there's the Unreal Editor for Fortnite feature set and tool set that enables you to build a game once and then deploy it to all platforms live into Fortnite with its 80 million monthly active users. Now, each of them has some really cool, unique features, but is lacking the features of the other one. And so our big initiative to bring them together is the core of the Unreal Engine 6 effort. It's UE5 plus UEFN equals UE6 plus some more cool stuff on the way. The vision is that if you build things once the Unreal Engine 6 way, then you can have a game that you can ship everywhere, including the console stores, the PC stores, the mobile stores, and also ship live into the Fortnite ecosystem or any other Unreal Engine 6-based game ecosystem built by any other developer. Now, in prior generations, we put graphics first in leading and announcing our technology. But with the Unreal Engine 6 generation, we're focusing first and foremost on the foundations of the engine to prepare for the next generation of game development and for gaming. And the most critical change here is the move to the verse programming language for gameplay development alongside the low-level C++ engine. And the reason for this is to enable massive scale code and content interoperability across games. Today we have a lot of content interoperability features. You go to the Fab content marketplace, you download a bunch of cool objects, you stick in your game, but then you have to wire them up and make it work yourself. In the Unreal Engine 6 generation, by having a unified set of APIs and a unified language that works everywhere, you'll be able to build smart assets that are completely portable between games and between projects.
They didn't have a filter to
any scale,
filter out their
with the potential to
breathing.
have millions of developers collaborating together on a shared body of work that anybody can use.
Maybe their
Another
real
hallmark aim for the Unreal Engine 6 generation is to
microphone
enable
stopped
far
working
larger
or
game
something.
simulations. You know, the original Battle Royale movie in 1999 that inspired the Battle Royale genre of games, fortunately, just happened to have 100 people dropping onto an island. It's a nice coincidence because that's actually the maximum number of players our code base could support running on a single thread on a server. If they had 1,000 players, we wouldn't have been able to
seems
do
a bit
it.
nervous though.
The goal of Unreal Engine 6
I don't
is to
blame him.
introduce software and
It's probably a
transactional
lot
memory
of people there.
technology, which Curtis Schmidt will talk more about
I
later.
could never do
in
it.
order to
Have
enable,
like
scaling of games to
scene
any
horror,
amount
you
of
could
computers that
almost
fit
call
into
it.
a data center. Hundreds, thousands, potentially even millions in the future. And this is technology that's in the research lab, and the team is working
Yes,
very
to my
rapidly to
class
make it
I
into a
kinda
practical shipping
struggled
system.
back in the days, but
Another major aim of Unreal Engine 6 is
and now I
something I
don't
first
really
talked
care
about
anymore.
at the
But
SIGGRAPH Computer Graphics
yeah.
Show back in 2016. There I talked about a potential future of gaming as an open system like the web is open, in which any developer can run a server, build a game, host their own content, and the user can go anywhere they want, from place to place, bringing all of their stuff with them, and tearing down the walls and barriers that exist between games to have a completely interoperable ecosystem. And you know, the Rocket League preview of Unreal Engine 6, if you looked at the very last frame of it, there was a little URL bar on top. The URL was verse://rocketleague.com. And we're tantalizingly close now to fully realizing this idea of an open gaming ecosystem with the ability to travel from game to game and independent developer freedom to build everything they want everywhere they go. And our aim at Epic is to work with all developers in the industry to build this system together as peers. We want a system with no overlord. You know, we've been spending some time fighting against overlords in the industry with some amount of success. And we don't want to be the next one. Rather, we want to be
overlords
a partner
like
to every
Apple.
company in the industry, including all game developers and also other makers of technology
I remember
and
that
services in order to
lawsuit.
build the best stuff and connect it all up together. And so a huge part of this effort is going to be Epic adopting open standards like the Pixar USD file format and GLTF, and also working with standards bodies and releasing specifications to bring new standards into the industry where they're lacking and needed. And I'll be talking more about that later, but right now I'd like to introduce Marcus Wasmer to talk about the architecture of Unreal Engine 6. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Tim. So let's just take a second look at the recent history of Unreal Engine. So Unreal Engine 4 opened the engine to everyone by making the tools free to use and the source accessible on GitHub. And UE5 reinvented how worlds are built, helping you go bigger, add density and dynamic detail, and do it faster than ever before. UE6 has a different proposition. It's about evolving how we ship and operate our games. That said, UE6 will keep doing the things you want an Unreal Engine to do. Rendering will keep getting better, cook times will come down, iteration loops are getting tighter, mobile is increasingly capable. However, we believe for UE6 that there are three things about game development that need to change at the same time. First, gameplay programming needs to get simpler for creating persistent, live, large-scale worlds. And Verse is the foundation for Epic's future programming model. It's a next-generation language purpose-built to power massive, persistent game worlds at scale, where global state just works and transactionally correct concurrency is handled by the runtime. We've built a modern high-level gameplay framework on top of Verse that gives you a true foundation to build games and experiences easily and to share their interoperable components between games. You'll hear more about our goals and architecture for this programming model from our technical director on the project in a few minutes. But for now, let's talk about the second guiding principle of UE6. Content and code should be portable across games and even engines. Our goal is to give the games industry a whole new way to grow our ecosystems with cross-promotion, portable player value, and to really lean into all the positive sum dynamics that Metcalfe's law predicts for connecting experiences and social graphs together. And we're going to do this with a determined effort to move UE beyond just extensibility and into open specifications for interoperability. Where existing standards such as GLTF or USD are capable of fulfilling our needs, we'll make them first-class formats within the engine. And where a standard doesn't yet exist that serves the needs of game ecosystems, we'll open up Unreal's own systems as open specifications with Verse APIs, defined asset conditions, and documentation that any engine, tool, or studio can implement against. And Fortnite Cosmetics will be our first real proof point of portability. We're going to start by moving the base system to an open UE6 module that's usable by all games. And this means that you'll have the option to use the player's entitled Fortnite outfits in your own games, and you'll get the tools to build outfits for your own games that work inside Fortnite. And we're tackling this problem first because we want to prove things out with a system that's complex enough to be a meaningful existence proof of the idea, and one that inherently comes with a ton of player value by respecting their purchases across an interconnected ecosystem of games. We see this as the first step towards building a shared economy for smart assets. Functional assets with logic and functionality that work across games to recognize players' time and spending in a better way. In the end, this isn't really a Fortnite story. It's just about proving that such a mature, complex system can work at scale, and that every game that works with these systems will immediately benefit from them. Happily, we're taking the first concrete steps to such an open e-system right now. MetaHuman has been adopted by some of the most successful games in the world and is rapidly becoming a standard for digital characters. And that's why today we're announcing the MetaHuman Dev Kit, opening up our rig logic and MetaHuman DNA toolsets under the MIT license so that you can deliver MetaHumans in any game, any engine, any platform. To learn more, thank you. Yeah, so to learn more, please come to our talk right after this. All right, moving on, no tech presentation would obviously be complete without a conversation about AI. So to get one of the fun talking points out of the way, there's some speculation going around that game engines will be superseded by promptable world models. And we don't actually think that's what happened next. What does, we think, is much more interesting. That AI-assisted game creation will tighten iteration loops, reduce time-consuming manual setup of levels, character rigs, particle systems, getting bone weights, adjusting lighting, all of the manual work required to translate professional, creative intent into performant and cross-platform games. And crucially, Unreal Engine is uniquely placed to be the efficient, cross-platform, high-fidelity runtime that will remain the substrate on which much of the world's best games run. Thus, for UE6, we see LLMs, Gen AI models, and tools like Claude, Gemini, and so on as playing a central role in building content faster with the creative control that you need. And as you saw earlier, the future of these workflows is a fluent translation layer between natural language intent and your production pipeline. Our goal for UE6 is to greatly reduce the tedious work in authoring content to leave more time for creative exploration and increase the amount of iterations a team can make to polish their content. UE6 will ship with these workflows battle-tested against internal development
pretty much right.
and in UEFN. And while we've mostly
AI will
been
help
showing
you,
and
but
talking about content
you're
creation,
still
coding and engineering
leading the
work as
vision
well.
and
Internally at Epic,
your
we've been doing a lot of
ideas pretty
investigation to
much.
see what works and what doesn't. And we recently opened up pretty broad usage for code generation and AI analysis across our back-end engine and game development.
And also will
engineering
help with
teams.
setup.
We've had a lot of great success stories. We've had particular success with people writing custom tools for their own work, fast code indexing tools for helping LLMs deal with large code bases like UE, fast incident response analysis, automated root cause analysis for crashes, automated test generation, and of course the wins you'd expect on back-end service development. But what's interesting is that most of those cases aren't even generating mainline Unreal Engine code yet, though that'll come. So you can expect Unreal Engine 6 to include all the key learnings for using AI for engineering along with content workflows. Okay, so we know you obviously have lots of questions about the transition from UE5 to UE6, so let's talk about that for a second. UE6 converges two threads of development we've been running in parallel. UE5 for high-end standalone game and content development, and Unreal Editor for Fortnite as the live environment where our new programming model is getting battle tested. UE6 will combine these two products into one. As UE5 and UEFN merge into one editor, you will be able to ship traditional games and projects exactly as you do today. You'll be able to ship directly in Fortnite, or ship your own ecosystem and optionally make it compatible with ours. You'll have an easy path from one to the other. Actors and blueprints will be in early versions of UE6. Eventually, these will be deprecated when the new framework is sufficiently mature, and you'll have conversion tools to move projects from one framework to the other. Also, a new UE6 mainstream will be on GitHub later today, publicly visible, just like the UE5 stream has always been. Any remaining UE5 changes will merge to UE6 to not get lost, but not vice versa. And in addition, Fortnite development will be attached to the UE6 stream, so you can see all of our ongoing work live and cherry pick any changes as needed. However, this stream is not meant to be any kind of alpha. It exists just to be transparent with where we're going. And while we're not currently planning another official UE5 release after 5.8, we do reserve the right to ship a 5.9 if needed. You never know. So when can you get your hands on UE6? We plan to release in early access at the end of 2027-ish. We know how game dev works around here.
Yes.
However, Epic will be shipping things on the tech stack
That will
ahead of the early access
go boom
release,
at the release usually.
We get it right. 6.0 will be released 12 to 18 months following the early access release, and we expect just about everyone should be able to move their projects to 6.0, as it will still have all of the mainline UE5 tech, except for Cascade, where we're killing that one. That one's not going to make it. So get on the Niagara train. That said, we will be taking the opportunity to make some big architectural and other breaking changes that we wouldn't normally do in a point release, so you can expect a similar upgrade path from UE5 to 6 as we had for 4 to 5. We'll keep everyone up to date on our progress as development continues, and now Curtis is going to come up and give us a more detailed breakdown of the gameplay architecture. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus, and good morning, everyone. I'm Curtis. I work on the gameplay architecture in Unreal Engine, and today I'm excited to talk to you about the new gameplay framework for UE6, which begins with Verse. Now, Verse is a next-generation programming language, purpose-built to power massive, persistent game worlds at scale. We originally released it 3 years ago in UEFN, where we could grow it to become the foundation for UE6. And Verse draws ideas from functional, logic, and imperative languages, and it should feel immediately familiar to anyone who's worked in languages like C# or Python before. But it also has some unique features aimed at solving the complexity and scaling problems of modern game
Not everything, but at least
unique software transactional
intermediate to basic.
Now, all functions in Verse run as part of atomic transactions, which can be rolled back and re-simulated as needed. And this lets us do a lot of interesting things in our game's code. So for example, to check if an object can be successfully moved in the world, we can simply set its position, then do our spatial queries to see if it's hitting anything. If it is, we abandon the entire transaction, reverting the entire operation, and pretending the code never ran at all. Now, Verse's transactional memory model can also help us address another big problem in game development, building enormous worlds with larger player counts. And today, one of the big limiters to really building larger games comes down to server technology. Scaling a game to run on multiple game servers requires a fundamental rethinking of your entire game's architecture. Well, with UE6, we're working to build a full distributed software transactional memory system to address this. So here's the idea. We take your existing single-threaded style Verse game code, and then we distribute it across multiple servers. When an object's needed in one server, the Verse runtime rolls back the current transaction, migrates the object over to the server, and then reruns the transaction with the object now present. And this is all done in a way that retains the transactional consistency of the original program. And finally, with Verse, we wanted to make saving game data way simpler. So the Verse runtime can automatically synchronize and save any global state for the program, and then share it across all running instances of your game or an ecosystem. And to the programmer, what this means is that setting up something like save state for a player is as simple as setting a single global map of player to save state. No more having to set up databases or coordinate schemas between your game and other backend services. You can do all of this without ever leaving Verse.
That's
now let's take a look at how
interesting.
Verse fits into the bigger UE6 gameplay architecture. So at the foundational level, we have the Verse runtime, along with all the UE systems that exist today.
But it still needs to be saved somewhere though.
Sounds. With Verse, we're also introducing the Verse scene graph framework. Now, this is a modern game component framework with full support for prefab-style workflows and runtime composition. The scene graph has been designed to utilize all the power of the Verse language, including modeling the entire prefab data model through Verse's type system. Above this, every core system in the engine is exposed as concrete Verse objects. Each material, mesh, Niagara system that you author becomes a type of Verse class with a statically validatable API. This lets us use the Verse compiler to validate all of our data in a unified manner across the entire engine. For example, if you change a parameter in a particle system, you'll immediately know where in code needs to be updated to match. And finally, we'll be introducing high-level frameworks for common game systems like characters, weapons, and vehicles. Now, building with these frameworks helps speed up development, but it also creates content that can be shared widely across games and ecosystems. So imagine grabbing a car from Fab, and instead of simply getting a skeletal mesh and some animations like you might today, you get a fully working Verse module for a car that functions across all of your games. With the UE6 gameplay framework, we're envisioning a world where enormous amounts of code and content is being built and shared between these projects, with Verse providing strong backwards compatibility guarantees to help the ecosystem grow sustainably. Of course, we'll need a place to store all of this code and data, and here to talk about that is Matthias.
Thank you, Curtis. I'm Matthias Jansson. I work on developer tools, and I'm here to talk about our version control system, Lore. As we continue to scale our platforms and services, we run into many challenges when it comes to data storage and version control. We need something that can handle large binary data sets, scale easily across the globe, and provide secure data isolation in a shared multi-tenant environment. We also need to make it easy to use for everyone, not just programmers. We looked at the available tools and came to the conclusion that none had everything we needed. Git, for example, it's excellent at what it was built for, distributed development of source code. But game development has huge amounts of binary data and content and rarely needs everything on your local machine. Git doesn't really work well under such requirements. Other commercial and proprietary systems were also considered. But our foundational tools have to be open. Open specifications, open protocols, open formats. Anything less, and the people relying on them can't extend, audit, or trust them. So we decided to build Lore from scratch, and we designed the data model to meet our requirements from the ground up. We made scalability and performance core tenets from day one, and this is where most of Lore's technical innovation lives. It combines an efficient large asset handling with a free branching model, so teams can iterate quickly without sacrificing workflow flexibility or storage efficiency. And Lore will grow with you, from a zero-config, single-service setup for small teams, all the way to multi-region, multi-million user deployments like UEFN, without requiring your team to fundamentally change how you work. At the heart of Lore is an efficient, content-addressed data store. Every file, every directory, every revision is identified by what it contains, not where it lives. Identical pieces of data are only stored once. Lore gives you direct access to that storage platform, so you can build your own applications and pipelines on top of it. Lore's version control uses this storage platform to let you work on multiple things in parallel, switch between them freely, and collaborate in safe, isolated spaces without worrying about how it scales. Lore's sparse, binary-first storage architecture fetches only the data you actually need for the revisions and branches you work with, supporting projects of any size. Large binary data is stored in smaller fragments, allowing partial deduplication and highly efficient parallelized data transfer of any file. That same data model is what lets Lore scale out across the infrastructure. As you grow, Lore lets you transparently add layers of additional servers from the local machine out through edge and regional caches and up to a durable global store. And because access is authenticated and authorized at every layer, that scale never comes at the cost of control. Every server enforces the same access policies. For a globally distributed team, that means that users in different regions can hit their nearest cache, and the global source of truth is never the bottleneck. Everything Lore does, data storage, version control, is exposed through a single complete API. And on top of that API, we built the tools you would expect. A command line interface, a desktop application, and in the near future, an integration in Unreal Editor. And these tools are all built on the same API and library. This API-first design makes Lore easy to extend and integrate into any development pipeline. Your tools and applications can easily use Lore through the API in the language you want to use. Though we're just scratching the surface here, I hope this gives you a sense of the power and potential of Lore. And it's already used in production environments. It powers the UEFN ecosystem, where it's been known until now as Unreal Revision Control, providing version control and data storage for everyone's content pipeline. We have already started transitioning to use Lore as the primary version control system for development within Epic, and we plan to be fully using Lore by the UE6 launch. We built Lore to address scalability and efficiency challenges we have at Epic, and as we talked with many of you, we heard similar challenges echoed across the industry. And that led to a bigger realization. If we're trying to foster a truly open ecosystem, one we all build together, then a system shaped behind closed doors would fall short. And that's why we're announcing Lore as open source today. All the source code Thank you. All the source code, along with documentation of data formats and protocols, are now permissively licensed under an MIT license and free to use. This release shouldn't be viewed as a perfect or complete package, but as an invitation to you to extend it, challenge it, and help shape it into something even more powerful together. So, if you're interested in learning more, head to lore.org and come to my session later in the show for a deep dive discussion on Lore's architecture. And with that, I will hand it back to Tim.
Awesome. So that is the first two of our next generation permissively licensed open source releases, and the first of many to come as we go about building more and more standards for interoperability for the future of gaming. And now I'd like to go and talk about the game business, which is in a time of both crisis and also opportunity. On the upside, there's a new generation of gamers coming in with new tastes in games, and they're playing games at a higher rate than any previous generation before. And the biggest games, like Fortnite, are once again growing and thriving. But underneath this, there's a serious challenge to AAA developers, and that's that a huge number of the new releases of major games are failing now. We're seeing often hundreds of millions of dollars of dev cost, followed by tens of millions of dollars of revenue, and the dev costs are continuing to grow. It feels to many like a tidal wave is sweeping over the AAA game business. I'd like to back up, everybody has their theory for why this is happening, but I'd like to back up and identify kind of the key generational changes and trends that are behind this. And because if we want to come up with an honest solution, we have to accurately identify the problem. And one of the key trends is that gaming is increasingly becoming socially driven. In the old days, it was you decide to play a game, you download it, you may play it by yourself, or maybe play multiplayer with whatever strangers show up. Nowadays, it's much more about you getting together with your friends and then deciding what to do together online to play a game or experience. And this social increasing angle of gaming is creating a massive advantage for big games and big ecosystems because a game with a lot of players is much more likely to contain a lot of your friends. And a long-established game with a huge player base has a much easier job of retaining players than a new game has of attracting new players. Thus, we've seen a lot of the major new multiplayer games not gain a sufficient community and momentum to survive, though in the past they might have. The other big change that's affecting gaming is that the economy is shifting from buying games to buying things in games. And whether you're a fan of this or not, the arithmetic of it is undeniable. And this is another thing that reinforces the success of very large existing ecosystems in games and makes it ever harder for new entrants to get in. And that is if you've been playing a game for a long time and it has a huge player base, then you can buy with confidence knowing that the things you purchase will still be useful to you days, weeks, or years later. Whereas when a new game comes out, it's a much more difficult decision to spend. You're not sure if you're going to play it next day, next week, next month, and are much less likely to spend. And the final trend that's affecting gaming is that the market for players' attention has become extraordinarily competitive, more so than I've ever seen before in my lifetime when we were competing with lame television and other things that trend almost into vice, all competing for people's times, all very effectively. And so to overcome these trends, the game industry, whether we like it or not, is reorganizing itself. And there are kind of two big predictions for the future as these problems reverberate throughout the industry. One view of the future is that Roblox grows and eats gaming. A lot of people are saying this online. But what you have there is a centralized platform with a single gatekeeper that commoditizes all content, takes more than 70% of revenue, and has 450 million users on board. And so that's a real challenge to game developers. But we believe in a very different future, and a much brighter one for the people in this room, and that is that a future of high-quality gaming rising to the challenge and linking up our content, linking up our communities, and linking up our economies to deliver fun and to serve gamers with great games in a way we've never done before. And to accomplish that, we're going to all need to change the way we build things. We're going to need to build better games, we're going to need to build them more efficiently, and we're going to need to design up front and build for connected games, where all of our player bases are connected socially and our economies are connected, so that players, instead of seeing these as isolated products, see them as part of a global ecosystem that all game developers participate in together. We want to work with all of you and with all of the game developers in the industry to achieve this together. The things we built with Unreal Engine 6 are our technological foundation for it. And we believe that this is a big challenge that we all have to rise to. We need to win the competition for players' time, not only against other games, but also against YouTube and TikTok and everything else that people are doing online. And this was very much on our minds when we set out about building Unreal Engine 6. And it's also what was on the minds of really close partners like Disney and Lego and other AAA game developers when we've been building increasingly close partnerships to them to build this together. It's very clear, Fortnite, 80 million monthly active users. That's quite a lot, but we realize that this is not enough for Epic to do it alone. To build the ecosystem of the future, we're going to have to build it together. And I think the thesis for that is very optimistic, that between all of us and the world's best games, many of which use Unreal Engine, and many of whose developers use Unreal Engine, and many projects, we have billions of active users. And so we have the opportunity to form up into Team Open and to define the future of gaming together again. And that's exactly what we want to accomplish in this generation together with you. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much for coming here to Unreal Fest. And remember, where else in the world can Fortnite creators get together with AAA game developers and filmmakers and architects and car designers and people at Lockheed Martin who are designing things they're not even allowed to talk about here, and actually speak the same language, the language of Unreal and content and code and development. So I hope you have a great time and have a great opportunity to meet up with lots of people. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it over? Ah. Well, that was quite interesting. So technically, I should wait to start with Unreal until 6 comes, since they have a new coding language, but I don't really code as much anymore, since my hands issue, and also AI is pretty good. Of course, they're not perfect, but when I meet small and like niche, not really workflows, but projects, you could say, I usually just feed the documents to the AI, and they will read it, and they will code from that how X and Y is working. Now I can turn on the music again. This music is a bit spooky though. There is a bit more happy. Oh yeah, you can't hear now. There we go. I took it on pause during the stream, so you guys didn't get the double audio. Before I start the next phase here, we're starting to build the game. I will be right back. So let me enable the be right back thingy. And also there you go, my follower goal. I'm coming back soon then. I'm finally back. Sorry about that, guys. I just took my pretty much my daily allergic meds, and yeah, we can probably start building now. I have it kind of set up in the background, but something which I haven't told you guys is that I'm actually playing already. But I'm like, since it's an idle game, of course, I've been grinding in the background, so you can kind of see if I made any progress, but it's very hard at the moment since we don't really have any. Well, we have a bit, but not that much like progression systems. So let me open it. Let me just hide a few stuff, maybe. Well, that's not important, really, not yet. Oh, we have actually made a bit of progress, I see. But yeah, let me show you guys. There we have it. It's very simple at the moment. I should probably close my porch, the stuff. Well, it's only local anyway, so it's not a big deal. So as you can see, it's pretty basics at the moment. I don't really add like real sprites before I'm further down the project, since I haven't really I'm not sure of the basic concept yet, how I'm supposed to show the characters, you could say. I will probably just do like Vampire Survivors, I guess, so all the characters is kinda showing in front and you still deal damage to them. Why, you could ask? It's since you don't need to have many different angles, not angels, but angles of the characters. So you only like really need one sprite. You might wonder why it says regrouping, since at the moment I'm only one, but I support like party play, so it's not implemented yet, but it's something I will add. Oh, actually, let me switch the categories on YouTube and stuff, so people can find us easier. YouTube don't have really any software development category, so I will just put those in gaming. Edit stream. I like that it's like saving stuff I used before, so it's easier to find. So yeah. UI is kinda based around clicker heroes, but I will change it up over time, of course. Like, it's really simple at the moment. But compared to clicker heroes, you don't really have HP and stuff. This is more advanced. And when you lose, you go back in progress. You like degress. So it's like it's like I made this so you can't really get stuck on a level. So when you lose, you go back a few levels. I don't refill your HP when you go into a new level, since I want that like dynamic progression. I'm not sure if I added it yet, but it's it will be HP regen and stuff, so that's one of the ways you're gonna survive, and of course you're gonna get different spells later and stuff. And as we are defeating enemies, we will get mails like normal Mailske. Let's open some. this gold assets is not finalized, it's just temporary. But here is my the ones I use in the original Mailske. So we have strength orbs, agility orbs, and we got luck and got most in stamina orbs, so we get some HP and stuff. Now we can invest here. Let's see, we have 578 HP now. Let's see, after we spend 193 stamina orbs. Yeah, not that big jump. I'm gonna see the max attack here. From 8 to 9, so a slight upgrade. Agility you don't really see, well you see it on power since you gather some stats anyway. I have not made much yet, but here you can see like your total stats. These needs to get moved to the top, and I want the stats under. But as you can see, I used stats from the original game since I wanted it to be a bit complex still. And I also have, of course, in the idle numbers. So maximum letters it's gonna show is 3. And when it's get above 1000, it will get the suffix. Like you can see on chakra, I got K now, since I'm above 1000. And it's not added yet, but I will add the alphabetic and scientific notion to it, so you can pick yourself in options. And I already got Gotcha Banner tab, but these are just placeholders now. Like we don't have much stuff working, and we can see some the stats of the enemies, but it got like scroll, and we can't really scroll when we are hovering, so and we're gonna fix that too. So we can probably ask GPT or Catsim to fix that. And Cursor have browser support now, so it's a bit easier to develop like browser games, and you can even mark something to the AI, like up here you can have different stuff. And like select element, I can pick different stuff, so it's easier for the AI. well, I can't really pick that stuff, but yeah, the other elements I can. So that's pretty handy. So let's say the change that we want. I got sim. We want to improve the stats order, both for the enemy and ourselves. I might be writing it wrong, but so the 3 primary that should be above the others. That primary is strength, agility, and stamina. But in total stats for the player, power can be on top. Also, the enemy is having a scroll bar, so we can't see all of the stats. So we can make like a second window on the side for more. Now we're back to Link to the Past. For more of the mixed stats, like move, power, and primary there. Maybe even show attack speed. For more advanced stats as well. And well, we don't have elements, but later we will have. So the element of the enemy there, like have it on the top, or if you want maybe wide field instead of a list, similar to our player basic that's UI. we will make make some more progress and stuff later, since we're kind of stuck. And we are running on like yday client, so we have like hot reload, which is really handy on the 2D development and game development at all, since we don't have to recompile every time. So when we do like changes in the code, it will hot reload. Sometimes we need to like hard reset kinda, but not always, which is pretty handy. Let's see what you have to change. Say he's working still. He's checking for errors and bugs. Now he's writing the log. Well, this is not the log, but here is the log. The link tree is basically a map tree. So he writes where everything is connected, so he won't get lost in the sauce if he's looking for a function class and how they work together, which is really handy for the AIs. Yeah, the power should be max HP and not current, since that's and that will change over time. Let's read. Yep, the file. Player total stats now shows power, then strength, agility, and stamina. Then the rest added attack speed. Client main yes styles CSS. Enemy hover stats are now a wider 2-panel card with core stats on one side and primary advanced stats on the other. Added enemy element, hover and attack speed. No linter errors, and it checks the build. Yeah. Only warning was white existing large bundle size warning. I'm not sure. I'm pretty new, but they will probably fix it. So let's see. This is better. Only part is that we should change the depth pretty much. Well, some of the core is not right, like defense, chakra and speed. This should be in secondary. And I also need to show him the depth. It's it's a bit jumpy. It's probably since actually we should probably move the hitbox, not move the hitbox, but move the static from the stats box from the enemy to the HP bar, since yeah, it's when the enemy moves, the hitbox moves too, so yeah, it's kinda not the best. So let's update. Good job. So core, that is almost correct. If speed and armor break is also secondary stats. And chakra should show under HP stats, and also show the max chakra. So chakra X. Chakra max. Also another issue, the enemy hitbox is moving with the enemy, so we should move the enemy that's trigger to the static HP bar, which don't move. Plus, we need to change the tooltip window depth. I forgot how depth is written. Maybe it's like this. But well, the AI will know what I mean. And at the moment, it's below other UI elements. Also, core should be moved to core when I remember correctly here. Why I wanted to make this game, it was since I'm close to finishing the website, and I wanted something for the people to do than other more than the Mailske minigame. I wanted like a solid minigame the people could play while well, not while, but when I released the website, people could play like a real game. Well, more like a mini game. Maybe we will see how big it will grow. This is not the Mailske sequel I was talking about way earlier. This is more like a more smaller scale game, since the sequel will be quite big. At the moment I'm debating if I wanna do it in 2D or 3D, since I got quite a lot of ideas for 3D, but I never done 3D, so but maybe Unreal will help anyway, so and it will be easier to do animations in 3D, thanks to some new AI stuff in NVIDIA is done recently, and well, it's not only AI, but you can say what animation you will have, and the AI will make it, but you can also edit the animation after. So you customizing the animation. You get like a template animation kinda, and then you can adjust yourself further. But the other problem with 3D though, I have never really done 3D worlds and stuff other than Atmosphere and Game Globe. Atmosphere was mostly like squares and slopes, though it was not really like slopes But Game Globe was sloped, so Game Globe is probably most is closest to Unreal kinda. But I will think about it. But for now, I will make this mini game spin-off kinda. Another reason I wanted this also is that even if Mailske is very cool and complex, he's kind of too complex, like since he's like a text RPG. It's too much to learn for some people, and they get lost like too many commands and stuff. But when it's like a real game, they don't have to memorize every command, since they can just play the game on their version. Since this is like only in the browser, it might be possible to play on phones even. Or maybe I export it to like a Android HPK or something. Now that I fixed this, the depth is not fixed yet, I see. Now we have the elements added actually. Enemy tooltip change, we just saw it. Corner shows HP, chakra, max, chakra. Min attack, max attack. Speed, defense and armor break move into advance. Tooltip trigger moved from enemy body to static laser HP bar position. Tooltip hitbox step raised above the side and bottom view tabs. Well, that's not completely true. And for some reason the stuff is moving still. Maybe since the HP bar is shaking, maybe. Since if I put it like here. Now I also see it since the HP bar is moving with the enemy size. So we might need to fix that also. Well, it's not a big issue really, though. But let me show it that the window is still under the main element. Also, the HP bar should be linked to the world element on height, since the boss bar is moving with the enemy height at the moment. And now I can do this. Now here I can edit even, I see. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the text is center. Or is it? Oh, I can't see. Can't really preview it. Oh yeah, the text is already center, so. And while it moved well, it's kinda there, I guess. Or not really, maybe. Well, element would be center of the enemy. I like the expose, I mean. Also, we should move power and element of enemy stats into core stats. Put them on top. Element under power. So what do you guys think? We're gonna play some Season of Mastery with Savix. Well, of course I don't know Savix personally. I just wanna join his community event. Maybe we will get some new fans from the WoW space, since I haven't really played WoW on Twitch yet. I did on YouTube, but I haven't really played Classic on stream yet. But I mostly play retail, since I like new stuff. And Season of Mastery is kinda new stuff, since I only played the Season of Mastery on release. So I will need to join Savix Discord and see the details later, so I know the right time. And also I think he wants us to use a custom add-on or something. I think he called like proximity chat also, but I'm not sure if I will enable that or not, since it might be dangerous to have it on stream in case people gonna say some bad words, but we will see. Oh yes, he's changed it, but we need to move the actually, was this a thing before? Oh, we could not really see it, but it shows the enemy name on this, which is not good, I think. Tooltip is now position fixed with high viewport depth, so it escaped the combat panel back in and should render above the main UI. Enemy HP bar in phaser now uses a fixed top hood E position instead of moving based on enemy height. Enemy hover hitbox uses that same fixed HP bar position, while UI is centered on the enemy X position. Enemy core stats now start with power, then element, then HP, chakra and attacks. Defeat all leg container now explicitly use center text alignment. Yeah. But it's still not working. Let me show that it's still not working. the enemy whole stick is still below main UI element, then above it. Also, we should remove enemy name on the world element UI. And move enemy HP bar up a bit more down. From world element. Change at the moment. They're colliding. This maybe it's mix to this. It might be actually pretty stacked on context. Maybe that's why he's having trouble with the height of the depth. That's better. If I remember right, I made it similar to Abyss Stone, that each will have 50 zones, and well, zone 50 is like a big boss. Enemies that tooltip is moved to document body and C index. Is it 10,000 it says? So it should render above the main GUI panels now. Enemy name was removed from world zone hitbox. Enemy HP bar and a hover hitbox were removed. Lower we are shared enemy, yeah. Let me ask him actually, what is this with the large jump warning, how we fix it. I know it works. It's complaining since it's above 500 kilobyte, which is odd since that's like tiny compared to games nowadays. Sure. It killed for since 500 GB is nothing in today's age of gaming. Unless you need this some sort of memory, not real games, right? Let me start a new file. You guys might not know this, but in AI research they have found out that if you're taking a picture of text or anything you want to show the AI, you would save a lot of tokens, and instead of plain text you can just use a picture and it will pretty much, it's working a lot better for the AI, but I like to write stuff anyway. But maybe later when I need a lot of stuff, I can maybe use many pictures of the text or something. I can probably hide this like this, probably. Yeah. You don't really need to see the files at the moment. Only if I need to adjust something myself, like text or something. Don't miss, the warning was about browser GS bundle size, not RAM. It means this JavaScript chunk is big to download parse. Not the game is using, not that the game is using 500 kilobyte memory. I implemented both fixes. Lazy loaded pacer from client main.js, so it stays out of the initial app bundle. Named Pacer as its own Pacer vendor chunk in beta config. Raised with this warning limit to 1500 kilobyte for this intentional engine chunk. And updated the logs. The build around fine. Build results now. Main 34 kilobyte, and zip this. He's actually zipping also. I didn't know that. So the big fruit chunk is isolated as the game engine. Yeah. He made this fix pretty fast to not even half the context. It's like 25%. This Lich King music is similar to the night music in Final Fantasy 15. Like it's like super spooky at night since it's roaming like really high level mobs then. Now the enemies min and max is same. That's a bit old, I think. We should probably fix that. The enemy min and max attack is the same. Don't the enemy use the attack formula yet? Like the player do, I mean. I see. They was using the wrong formula. The formula, calculation formula is same as the Mailske game. Well, maybe some small adjustments, but not by much. You can see they say apple and fruit and stuff since I added a bit more friendliness to them instead of using real curse words. I just that they could express themselves in the fruit language, kind of could say. Since if you're wow, we are on did we suddenly reach, or maybe it's every 10 downloads instead of 50. But yeah, I allowed Katsim to express himself more, since I think that was a bit more flavor to his. Well, I know Quinn have him say the normal verse, but well, that's only like Claude is got that RP kind of look. GPT is more a bit more not as expressive, you could say. Claude and Gimli is more expressive since they're like RP maxed or something. He's probably dealing less damage to us now since he's actually using the real damage damage formula than static 20 damage or something. Let's see if we get to the super boss now. Oh, it's a normal boss now. Maybe next zone is super boss is. If I remember correctly, I increased each build you do it grows by 1 zone. So it starts easy and it becomes harder and harder. Yeah. Now we have this super boss. It's a bit harder, yeah. He have many HP bars. And I used the phaser as the engine since it's a bit better than just using plain GS. I sent us back to World 1 since at the moment you can't regress into other worlds. Also, as you progress, the the rewards will increase also. We're probably not going to play Vampire Crawlers today, I guess, since it's getting quite late. I started very late, so I'm getting a bit sleepy, so we'll probably just make this game. Of course, we won't finish this game today since it's a lot of work to be done. We are only in like early prototype. So let's open some mails, I guess. Yeah, now you can see we got more orbs than last time, since we got a lot of gold too. Since we are in higher level now, so we get more orbs from less mails. So let's give them our orbs. We went up 2 HP. And 10 attack now. The next future we will add this probably gear drops. So you can actually get some progress. So like if you're stuck on a level in like your own play level, so if you beat the enemy you can get you will get a random gear, and the gear will also randomize, so you can get a good drop or a bad drop, and you will pretty much optimize yourself. I think, yeah, items tab. Well, I can just do, let's see. Excuse my voice crack. It's fine. We started building the item system. It basically each time we defeat an enemy, a random gear item will drop. We should probably do it like WoW. They have like same squares. On the item asset, I mean. The different item slots. Well, or head is more right. Like probably similar to WoW, I guess. Shoulder shape. Necklace. If we do it in order. Just I don't think we need bracers really. Close. Or hand, I guess you could call it. And back. Legs, feet, how many is this now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will probably end up at 10 maybe, so weapon. We don't need rings and trinkets, I think, since we'll have other stuff instead. To be more custom. Well, I said 10 slots, but it should be fine with 9, I think. I might need add other stuff later. Or slots on the side. On the left side or on the right side, and the weapon in the middle. Left side, head, necklace. Shoulder. Chest. All right. Side. Back. Hands. Legs. And feet. Then you will have a second window on the side for the bag. The items will be like squares. In pixels. They can be 32x32, or maybe actually well, that's probably the best when I think about it. Or to add more details, we can do 64, I guess. Your normal bag well, your default bag will have 200. Well, that's a bit much, maybe 100 slots. Then later you can expand with stellar liquid. Which is not in this game, but kinda my currency. From other website I have, which we will link later. But for now, we can add fake stellar liquid just for testing. Each like lot extra cost stellar liquid. Then multiply as you expand. Example 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 each. The bag will be scrollable, and we can fit all the bag space in one window. The bag will have filters the player can enable for different item sorting in the bag grid. The default sorting is quality. Example 4 and common rare each. it, then well, it is. Or pour is not bigger, it's smaller. So come on. Well, let's not do evolve items. We can do something else. Decent. Great. Well, this is a bit boring game, isn't it? Just to crash. Let us add the color also. Gray. Or sure, let us just do the... Or wait... We can probably change it later, but for now just have it like this. The cream. Green. Blue. Purple. Orange. Mob. Actually, Mailske, which will be dark green. Lime green. Moss. Well, Overlord. Pink. Let's have something between there, actually. Wait. Yeah, we should have something between others. Quasar is red. void. Emperor. Black. And now singularity. Let's get creative. I can't even spell it. Creative something. Singularity. White. And Bobix. Yellow. The colors are the item border plus text name color. All items can roll. Primary. Secondary. That's but it's limited that's lots based on the item quality. It's a pet instead of pet. Crash will only have one stat slot. Stable will have 2 slots each. Basically, plus 1 slots each, better quality here. Also, it can roll the same stats in any slot. Example, stamina, min attack. Weapons, however, can be a bit more unique. Weapons which is not crash quality will have our own cell. Also, it can roll. Also, weapons can roll between one hand and 2 hand. what the difference between them. One and increase well, it should by 25% to and decrease attack speed by 20. That can be next to us wrong, like example, if the start range on one and is 50 to 100, 200 will be 100 to 200. I can't think of anything more at the moment. Oh yeah. Have auto crash system enabled, so if items surpasses your bag slots, it will be auto crashed into it should be something that we can use to forge later, maybe. Actually, let us add this later. I think we already added a lot now. Since this is pretty heavy, we will enable max mode on that ass. Which means I give cursor more context length. Sure. I forgot that we needed kinda like item level on the items, but we can add that later. The code base has no existing gear system, so this will be a new vertical slice schema, drop, roll, player, payload, hidden tab UI, and stats recalculation. All choices will shape the plan a lot. I'm going to pin those down before writing the plan. Read this first item system. Pass Philip persistence in the MySQL and affect player combat step communicate. Yes. Yes, persistent gear with equip and stat bonuses now recommended. The persistent bag equipment we know, but gear stats do not affect combat yet. The client only prototype first. No database changes. I want to go for A. Second, how should item quality drop chances work for the first pass? A, mostly lower qualities, very rare top qualities. Scaling later recommended. Equal change for every quality tier for testing. The scale higher quality odds by world zone immediately. I think we should have a fixed. It's just that higher world zone will drop. I can put it so we understand. A. And here that's scale based. Then dropped well on it in. Also add cover actually. Item level. So the item tool. Item level should be based on power from the item and will on. Item system, add a persistence gear, equipment bag and drop system that integrates with existing enemy defeat rewards and calculated player stats. The first pass will make the items tabs usable. Pro equipment plus a scrollable 100 plus slot bag, support fake stellar liquid expansion, and include item tooltips with quality color, item level and roll stats. Create server item constant and roll helpers for slots, qualities, item levels, stat rolls, and weapon rules. Add inventory equipment bag schema, player payload, loading drop, persistence, equip, and bag expansion endpoints. Apply equipped gear bonuses inside the existing calculated stat pipeline. Build the items tab markup styles by grid, equipment slots, filters and tooltips. Wire client player payload, victory drops, unequip calls, sorting and fake stellar liquid expansion. Run checks, manually verify the Ethan loop and update the project logs. Link tree. Looks fine. Let's build. We have gotten another level, I see. Just like normal Mailske, it's different characters. So like they will have own skills and passives later, and also at the moment they're scaling the primary stats different. Like I picked Vex, and they have stronger agility growth, or BMV I should call it. I hope he's using like an item file or something, so he's not putting everything into index or something. Here is a hotlist for the item tab. Now it shows when we are winning. But I did that for that, but that's a nice improvement. Like before, I wanted to maybe pick up the gear before it got added to the bag, but it might become messy if you don't pick up in a long time. Unless we can limit it or something. Or is it already done? Added persistent gear drops, inventory, food and tables, fake stellar liquid bag expansion, equipped and equipped APIs, and equipped stat bonuses in update player stats, and a full item tab is UI with equipment slots. Weapon slot 64x64, scrollable bag grid, sorting filtering, quality colored border text, and item tooltips. I did not run a live browser. My skill manual playthrough, so the first real in-game test should confirm this schema creation, enemy drop persistence, and equips that change end to end. So let's see if it's gonna drop now or I need to restart the server. It's pretty decent. Well, this is a wrong aspect ratio kinda. Is this really 100? It don't feel like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah, it might be 100 actually. It's not dropping at the moment since I think I need to restart the server. But before we do that, I will change. Good job. At then tab look pretty good. Yes, few flaws. The item slots which are not a weapon is not 64. They're more wide than high. Also the bag window need to be up tiny bit more wide so we don't get the exposed scroll bar. I can they added more filters, which is good. Almost pixel. We might need to make the necklace and shoulder smaller so it fits. Then maybe just shorten this to A banger song. A perfect song for summer. It's almost there. I can maybe do it myself. Yeah. Oh, it's for every font apparently, it's not just shoulder. So let's see. Yeah, there it works. As you can see, we just adjusted a bit ourselves. We don't need to ask the AI per so small change. Now let's reset the server. I will hide it while I do it, since it reveals some stuff which it might reveal my IP or something, so yeah. Node server yes. One done. Now let's do the client, and now npm run. I think it was. Yes. There we go. And there we go. We got trash clock. Super awesome. Oh, we have a bit oopsie here. Trash mask. It should show item tooltip when we do this. So let's fix that. It should show item tooltip when we hover the item in bag to not only in the gear slots, also the tooltip is below the main UI. So move the C was higher up. Of course, we don't have any assets for the items yet, since we just made this. Wow, we got some blue cauldrons. At 30,000, and that should fix it, I think. Yeah. We need to explain that each slot can, like each stat slot have a different stat roll. Make rubbed in more darker blue, like so a mix between aqua and blue. Also, the gear item slot that are all the same. That roll could be different for each. That basically each that's lot can roll its own roll. I found the epic kinda. Oh, it can. It just we got really lucky. Let's reload it, I guess. Is it? I thought this was the. Yeah, hang on. There we go. Thick wings. They're quite lucky. The gear color seems to be the same still. We might need to refresh. It's still pretty light. I got Mailske level 42, 47, I mean here. Oh yeah, level 4. Quite a lot of down on that, or max HP on that one. So this one is probably beating that one. We should add compare in the tag. When looking at item go tips and tag, we should make it so it compare the stats to the equipped item. I didn't press enter. I wasn't going to chat with that one. No, we're already starting to feel it. We also should make that gear drops to like the UE vanishes after 5 seconds or something. Bonus, I get them tooltips now shows VS equip comparison for the same slot or VS empty slot if nothing is equipped. It aggregates duplicate stat rolls, show lost equipped only stats and include weapon speed with deployed deltas. Really? I didn't ask for that, but that's quite handy. We should also hide this after 5 seconds or something. The job works pretty good. Also the item drop not is the vanish to after 3 seconds. We will probably end soon now, since as you can hear here, I'm kinda sleepy, but we managed to get 6 hours still though. Tomorrow we will probably work more on this game and maybe play some WoW, we will see. Wow. He got Supreme. No, I don't have this to eat on that. So if I put it ahead, now I miss the head button. I'm just equipping something, I'm not I put it wrong. Chest. Oh, I got one. What about weapon? Quite many actually. Well, I got some progress in today. Not as much as I hoped for, maybe, since I have the state of Unreal. No vampire crawlers today since it got so omega late. But tomorrow we might do some Season of Mastery. I need to... I will probably need to install it also and get some add-ons. Some stuff I will set up live since I need to have it live kinda, especially the console port. Oh, my bad, guys. I fell asleep. But yeah. Let's end it here, probably. Let's see if we've got any good gear. Not by much. But yeah, let's I will see you guys tomorrow again. And we will continue this, well, you can see it now, but it's the same game now. And maybe a Season of Mastery, but I think maybe it's even like on Friday or something, since if I saw correctly it's like 12 PM in the afternoon or something, so it's kinda past our time. So yeah, but I will check up the dates still. I will probably not raid with Savix, since I have very little time before I'm going away on summer holiday. But that holiday usually takes like 2 weeks, so it's not that long, but maybe long in streamer time. Anyway, see you Sparkles tomorrow, and good night and bye bye.